What's up? Wow, those lads didn't take my TX. I'm happy with that. Or my night vision. Oh, superb.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Starby149 just resubbed for 80 months. Hey oh.
Hello. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed Cthulhu. Well, thanks to Monk for that. The bottom of the screen for me says escape from Tarkov. Are you sure you closed the stream overnight? Yep, says Tarkov for me. Jings. Again, you need to thank Munt for that. I quite like the fact that we've basically got... we're useless with anything practical. Like, we can't fix anything. We've got no handyman. You know what I mean? Get us in a library, we are amazing. But when it comes to actually... the car won't start. We're like, well... We didn't really balance around the practical side of things. Would have been good to have, like, some lad who's like a mechanic. So Roy only has 50 driving. He's used to pootling around the streets of London. So got one over here.
Легко он проебался.
Scout by the
Пинцы,
wall.
блядь, распроебанными.
I think they're at the far end there.
Да вон он! Маслята кончились?
What's a push mechanic? You can push the roll to try again by doing something different, but if you fail, you get Omega Shafted. Okay, yeah, don't do it. We'll never do that. Tried CP-2077. I don't even know what that is. Do you mean Cyberpunk? God, deja vu. I'm gonna die in 10 seconds. Someone's gonna come and peek that window and I'm gonna die. All my game's going to crash. And then nothing's going to happen. That's the deja vu. God, I remember that exact exchange. That's so weird. Yeah, just lost 3 sanity IRL, for real. What's that? A box of rip ammo. I don't like role-playing with maps, like to show where everyone is for combat. I don't like that. I don't think it's necessary. I think it reduces it to like a board game at that point. It just makes it like a board game. For me. I will move 2 squares forward and then use my flip ability to move an extra half square. Now the reach of my weapon is X. It's just, you know. Oh, piss. I mean, if you like it, go for it, but it's not for me.
Да вот он! Гнида.
I think that nade got that guy somehow. Are you a player or a scav, dude? If you're a player, how did that nade get you?
Nice jump, Alistair.
Bubargo just resubbed for 20 months. Morning, friends.
I can't even see him. see these players. Where are they? It's like they're invisible to me. Just a player scav. Could not see him for the save my life. I'm so bad at this game, man. We're getting virgined. I just cannot see the enemies like that. I just can't see them. They always see me. These lads have got much better eyes than I have. It was like there was no one there. And then suddenly there's a face and I'm dead. Good one, Katowi. Spud, do you think that after several years, do you honestly think I wouldn't have looked into alternatives? I have, but a lot. Cold, isn't it? Let's have a look at the old ammo types. .556 doesn't show up on here at all. Oh, it would be 5.56. So 56A1, 55A1, 995 is the bee's knees. That's the one you want. We've only got 11 rounds of that. 5.5 is fine. M855 looks absolutely fine to me. I mean, if I'm up against a lad with tier 6, I'm dying anyway. At this point. Especially alone. Can I buy this ammo yet? I can buy it from Peacekeeper. Joe, we'll just fucking roll. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Actually, Perion, you should be using the A1 because... I don't care. It costs about 20 grand to get the fiber connection just to your house. I was quoted by Hyperoptic 25 because they'd have to put a cabinet in and all the rest of it. Like, there's literally no capacity for what they would need in my area. It just doesn't exist. So they were like, we could do it, but it'll cost you 25 grand. And I was like, well, I ain't fucking paying that. I'd love to turn around to Mrs. F. Honey? Yes, love. I spent a little bit of money on something. Oh yeah, what'd you get? I got a you see those guys digging out in the road there? Looks really expensive and stuff. Uh-huh. I paid for that. Do you know what? In Romania, this is true. The reason they have good internet in Romania is because when broadband started becoming like a thing over there, there were no big companies to set it up. They just didn't. So people set up these local networks. And then you would hire internet from your local provider, literally like a provider that covered your little bit of neighborhood. And then all they did as they grew the system, they just connected these all up. So yeah, it's pretty cool. No, I wouldn't need 70k subs a month. If I was like a 20,000 subs guy, you'd absolutely do it. You know, you'd pay for that because you would want uninterrupted. Because if you get 20k subs, you're looking at 30, 40k viewers.
Nice.
You don't want to go.
Alistair.
You want to your internet to
Northern
look
Red,
anything other than
27 just
top
resubbed
level.
for 68 months.
Thank you. ChatGPT passes Wharton Business School test. I have found it very... People have shown off some very cool responses that they get from ChatGPT. I've yet to really get them. I don't know if I'm using the wrong one.
Just resubbed for 3 months. Here's one for the 20k less than 3.
Like, thank you. Like, I'll ask it things and it'll go, I'm sorry, I'm blah, 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 and this is what I'm meant to do. And I'm like, write me an essay about it. It's like, no. And I said, write me an imaginary Tinder profile. It's like, oh, I wouldn't like to speculate. I was like, fucking hell. Like, it refuses to do anything creative for me. And yet I see people posting these things that are like, write me a short story about blah, blah, and it does it. So what I want to know is, am I using the wrong chatbot? is there some optional branch that you need to choose? Or is it literally you have to put the question in a very specific way for it to do it? Oh, they're down at the moment. All right. But I've seen, here's a screenshot of it. It's like I'll see people post a screenshot where it'll just say, write me an essay about the causes of the Civil War. And I ask it things like that, and sometimes it'll just go, no. Like, all right. Like it sort of refuses to do
Nice
things.
jump, Alistair.
Phil_Regs just resubbed for 12 months. Yeehaw.
Thank you. So I think what's happening is people are using a different chatbot, not ChatGPT, but the reporters are calling it ChatGPT. And so I go to ChatGPT and it's just not the right one or something. So yeah, something's up. I am very polite to the AI that work in my house. We have an Alexa. I don't use Siri. There are a few other things that I do. See, this guy says, I asked ChatGPT to write jazz. Help me write a song. Sure. It says sure. I don't get that response. I'm waiting to find random review videos. I'm thinking of something to look for a review of. What about a woolly hat review? Since we're wearing a woolly hat. Why you look bad in beanies is the name of this vid. Bluetooth music hat review. Wow.
Music hat. Let's see what we've got.
Alright, now hold on a sec, alright? Before we go any further. Yes. Oh my god, it's a 75th picture of Pyrian.
Music hat. Let's see what we've got. There isn't much of an unboxing involved in this one, but, well, let's get it open. Ta-dam, ta-dam. Well, this is what we get inside. We have some USB cables and we get a manual as well. 1 second. Let's get rid of the box and let's have a look at the hat first. What do we get here?
Oh, this is what we get: a cardboard box, manual, 1 micro USB cable and the music hat. Here is a close-up of the most important part of the hat, the Bluetooth headphone controller that I called MP3 player later in the video by lack of knowledge. I simply thought it is an MP3 player, but it's just a Bluetooth headphones in a hat. I have to admit that packaging provided by the manufacturers of the device seems to be 99.9% recyclable, so lots of appreciation here.
Well, this is the manual. What does it say?
This is regular micro USB charging socket.
I don't know if I like that. Charging socket on my hat?
So this is how the hat looks outside. This is how it looks inside.
Oh, I don't like
Nothing
that.
special, it's just a hat.
It looks very fake.
But it has an MP player inside. I thought that I would get headphones with it as well. we get it outside? No, not really. It's fully enclosed. You have just access to your USB charging port. 1 second.
Where are you meant
Let's
to plug
take
the
it out.
headphones?
This is the module with the speaker, and the other module is with that need Bluetooth.
Wait,
Details of the device for you, Apple, but again, this is on your
Where-
own.
Too difficult.
so the headphones are in the
whole-
hat.
The hat with it. The device. One time. Let's get it connected.
Said the parcel arrived without any.
Don't mind that. Anyways, let's try it on.
Why has he put an extra hat on? It looks dreadful.
What's the sound quality?
And here, just have a quick look at the fabric of the hat in the detail.
Didn't like this vid at all. Don't like this vid at all. What can we review? A review of some matches, please. Diamond Green Light Strike Anywhere matches review. Yes, please.
What's up, Pandas? Peter Von Panda here. Hey, you've seen these types of matches. Diamond! Strike anywhere. Anywhere at all. Picked up some of these.
I swear to God, I spawn here every single time. He's underneath.
Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь. Кому тут пизды выдать?
Ноги в руки и на промысел.
Yogscast rated with 329 viewers.
Thank you.
Лопатки.
Someone's died with a torch on down here. I'm a little bit suspicious of that. I've got to be honest with you. I'm a little bit suspicious of that. Yeah. You guys have a think about that. If you can look a clip of it back, tell me how it looked. He's firing like... So I saw him running across. And I thought, I'll wait here for him to go. He's there? Like, he's firing so fast after I come around the corner. First of all, how the fuck did he see me? Because I saw that guy running across, right? And I thought, oh, it's another scav going to CP. Is that him there? I want to say that's him there, right? I personally think that's pretty sus. I don't know. I just don't see how, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how good you have to be running towards the CP area, to see me, to get in position and line up exactly where my head's going to be, and as soon as a pixel is out, he's firing. Because you know there's a delay. You know there's a delay between, like, me appearing on screen and him seeing it. It was, like, immediate. I'm going to report. It just... I'm suspicious. That's all I'm saying. Can you analyze this one? All right, let's have a look at this one. Who do I kill by accident here? Oh, I grenade myself, don't I? The cut. I felt that last death was weird. Like I don't know. It felt pretty sus. For a start, I see him as a dot running to CP fence, and he gets apparently lined up perfectly, ready to headshot me the moment I peek that one rock. Just felt a bit weird. Do you know what I mean? I didn't really get it. Any good woolly hat reviews? 84 views.
Hi, this is Rob and welcome to Rule 303. As you can see, I am today filming from the confines of my bedroom, and this is due to having an extremely busy house and a demanding family. I wanted to put a video out tonight, but unfortunately the conditions we have here are less than ideal. Anyway, moving on.
Alright, man regrets having family.
I wanted to talk about a company that I got to know about through Facebook, through their targeted advertising, called Arthur Beale. Now, you might ask, well, you know, this is a kind of a gun channel. Well, yes, it is, but
this is a gun channel?
A lot of, reviews.
He's English. What guns is he reviewing? This is a UK legal M1 carbine? Oh, it's a bolt action 2.2. Alright.
And give a lot of opinions on stuff that might appeal to outdoors folk, people that enjoy spending time in the outdoors. And Arthur Beale have been making clothing for around
I agree, Koyax.
I don't know if you can see this. This is one of the postcards that you get when you order from Arthur Beale. And
so let me ask you guys a question, because I've bought stuff before online and it comes with shit like this. Do you think more of a company because you get a black and white postcard advertising the company that you've just bought something from? Because to me, an unboxing is as follows. Yum. Don't need a letter. Don't need an invitation. Don't need a fucking badge. Don't need a sticker. Don't need a fucking postcard. Don't need anything. Don't need a poem. Fuck it off. I want to open the box and there is my product and everything else goes in the fucking bin.
it kind of goes into a little bit of detail about...
Look at all this guff!
And their sort of company philosophy. What they're really famous for is knitwear. They They have supplied many kind of polar Arctic expeditions and, you know, supplied many explorers with things like submariners jumpers, fishermen's jumpers, hats, socks, you name it. They've supplied it. They also supply a lot of chandlery, seafaring type stuff.
Now, a little bag of sweets. I'm a big fan of that. Often when I order vape stuff, there's a pack of mints or a pack of sweets in there. I like that. I do like that. And I'll eat them and I'll feel better about it. But I don't go and read their card. That's gone in the bin.
If you look at their website, which I'll put in the comments, link there, you'll see that they supply.
If you're buying a fucking Patek Philippe watch or whatever, part of what you're buying is the brand, and you know it's a Patek Philippe. You don't buy a Patek Philippe. You merely look after it for the next generation, right? Like that's their logo, or their slogan, I should say, or motto. You know, and if you buy something really expensive, like when you buy, some people really love an unboxing. When I buy a laptop, I want it to come with a whole bunch of shit that I need and technical documentation, all the rest of it. When I buy a really nice piece of jewellery for Mrs. F or on the, well, it hasn't happened yet, but on the occasion I ever would buy jewellery for myself, you know, you want a nice box because it's part of it. It builds a little, it adds a little bit of luster. If it just came in a plastic bag, it wouldn't feel quite as special. So having it in a little fancy box, I get it. But it seems to be more and more things come with this fucking mission statement postcard bollocks, where it's meant to sell me on a lifestyle. I'm buying a fucking hat.
All sorts of things, but they're most famous for their woolen oil wool sweaters. Now,
this guy takes himself very
blessed
seriously.
With, I suppose, sensitive skin, you might say. I've never really been a great fan of wool for that reason. I found it to be really itchy, so I was a little bit cautious about buying one of these woolen sweaters from Arthur B, although I really wanted one. The idea of having an oiled wool sweater just seemed to me to be really cool, and I really fancied having one. They're not cheap. They work out at about £145 if you buy them from Arthur Beale direct, and I have not seen one yet second-hand on eBay, so I'm guessing the people that buy them tend to keep them. So what I decided to do was to, rather than invest in splash out on a sweater that may or may not be suitable for me,
God, this is long-winded.
I decided that I was going to buy a hat first and then check the material. So I bought this, which is the very fetching Arthur Beale beanie, woolly hat. I don't know what you call it really.
Pop it on your head, mate. Come on.
You can get an idea as to what it looks like when it's on. Well, I don't know if it's everybody's taste, but I really like it. It's warm, it's comfortable. The wool is oiled. It's got a very distinctive odour to it, but it's a really pleasant odour. It's kind of fresh odour because it's the wool hasn't really been processed. It's kind of as it is. It still retains its kind of
Vars review, please. Oh, hello. Unboxing a review. This is 13 minutes long. The Kinkozan Rare Antique Japanese Vase Unboxing and Review. 300 views 2 years ago. That sounds like our cup of tea.
Oh, good morning.
See, if it comes looking like that, that's the other side. That is the other side of the equation, isn't it? Look at the state of that.
Good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm going to show you the unboxing of this vase I got today.
Can I just say, Matt, thanks for tidying up, mate. Before you shot the vid and then filmed it on. I don't know what's going on with this chair. There's a bin bag on the floor as well. Presentation matters, mate.
It's so well packed that it just inspired me to make a video. Well, this box, which has undoubtedly got bubble wrap inside it, and the vase is inside there.
Vase?
This box was bubble wrapped, so that box had bubble wrap around it.
Oh, I see. He's been unwrapping
and it was
already.
inside that box.
Look at the state of his floor! I hope you're
So
in your
it's had-
garage, mate.
It's got 2 layers of bubble wrap and boxes. I've never seen that before. I've heard of people double boxing things, so the walls of the box are stronger, but I've never seen a bubble wrapped box in a box before, so that was extremely well packed. Anyway, let's set the camera down and I'll open it and show you what's inside.
Oh, this was a live vid.
Right, let's hope our memory doesn't run out.
Memory? You said this was a...
We'll get into this.
Oh, dearie me. What's going on with this socket? It's come away from the wall. This oven is past its best.
These are what we call Franken boxes, by the way, which means the seller didn't have a box to fit, so they've made a box, which always works well.
That cooker is a disgrace.
Bubble wrap in the box. It's a new one on me. If the contents of the box are sufficiently well packed, you don't really need to bubble wrap a second box around it.
It's a vase, mate. So they're just trying to be careful. God, this is... I hate this bit of unwrapping things.
Just check we're still in frame.
Oh, hello. He's got a Little Miss Naughty mug. So either he's got kids or a girlfriend.
Not too bad.
Or he thinks he's a little naughty miss. Yes, good point.
Take the plastic off boxes and recycle it. Take the parcel tape off it and then reuse the cardboard.
Come on, Sam.
So that the vase doesn't touch the side of the box. And then so you've got a box like this big, and then you fill the rest of the box with packing chip. And it has to have at least about 1.5 inches, 2 inches around.
That is a man's version of 1.5 inches, by the way. It's got to be about 1.5 inches.
The box. The item is
2
suspended
inches.
in packing chips. So that's how you do it.
Come on, dude. Oh, here we go. Close-up time.
You're like a kid at Christmas. Tired, can't be bothered, but unwrapping presents, so it's got
State of this flat.
to be good. Wow, look at that. Anyway, look at this.
It's not very nice, I've got to say.
Look at that beauty.
I do not like that at all.
All hand painted. An antique.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Beautiful handles on it, look. No damage on it. Although if you're guessing who made it from the style, I can tell you who made it.
Does anyone else think this was probably just made last month in China?
One little
Oh, hello.
foot, look.
Have they done that to
Really?
make it look more authentic?
For an antique of this age and this quality, I'm not really worried about the chip.
Is
It would
it
have been nice to have it perfect.
Fake,
for a
says Manny
museum
Mo.
piece or a
It
collector's
is not
piece,
fake,
but
lol. Why would you say
considering
that?
It's well over 100 years old. I'm not really bothered about that. You can see the foot's not damaged. It's just got a little dink on the paintwork. Well, anyway.
What were those noises?
Well over 100 years old. I'm not really bothered about that. You can see the foot's not damaged. It's just got a little dink on the paintwork. Well, anyway. See, the foot's not damaged. It's just got a little dink on the paintwork.
At first I thought it was a dog bark, but then it sounds like a dog barking backwards.
See, the foot's
Listen.
not damaged. It's just got a little dink on the paintwork. Well, anyway. Right inside
Could be a
there,
fox.
This way up. There's some writing in there. So in there, there's some writing.
Made in China,
This is
2021.
King Kozan made. King Kozan Zo, basically. So it's a King Kozan vase. I believe. You can see the age on the foot. This is wear. Authentic anyway. And gravel. And you wouldn't believe how much or how little I paid for that.
Anyway, I'm a bit at 2 and 6 because
He's got a few vases. Now, I've got to say, and this is, I'm not trying to be too judgy in here, but mate, get your house in order before you buy these vases. Because the problem is, if you come round and the cooker looks like shit, there's a plug hanging off the wall, paper's peeling off the walls, you could have 15 amazing looking antique vases around the house, and the place is still going to look like a dump. Satsuma ware. Oh. The response of critics and collectors to mass-produced Satsuma ware was overwhelmingly negative. I always get lost in here. Shit, have we got no front sight? God damn it.
Гнида!
Got him! A nice little hole. a decent haul. Kettle descaler. We'll have a look. You can take out your knife. That's the best you can do in terms of holstering your gun, but I don't know why you would. Yeah, fuck off. Ugh. You can't expect me to do that! Oh, stupid game. Bravo 4. I think this is a nice scope, actually. I'll hold on to that. We got any guns that will fit on? Fit on our Ash 12. What, just as is? Good God. That's ugly. We'll keep it there anyway, though. Now then. Big question. I want to build a scav junk box. And we can do it. But I'll need to sell some things first. Wow, that's worth 230k. Sold. Done. Sold. And you can fuck off and all. Right. Ugh. Do I have solar? No, dude, I live in the UK. Who has solar power that lives in the UK? What's the point? So we can do scav case. We can get one of these from Therapist because we've got the tags. We would need to buy 4 of these. So that's 200k. 4 of these. Another 200k, so let's say 400k. 6 of these. So we're up to like 700 or so, I'm guessing. Let's call it 1 million. 1.1 mil. Let's say 1.1 mil. What do you reckon? Captain Shadows. Oh shit. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you must have been out of ammo. Answer me this. I chased you for miles. When I opened that other door, did you expect me to come out of that door? Because then I then peeked around and shot you. And I thought, I'll open this door to distract him. And then I peeked the open door. You were just lying on the ground. I think if you just got your FN out and shot me, it might have worked. But I didn't even have a front sight on my Mosin. I just got lucky. Yeah, going prone was a boo-boo. I think if you just had your FN out and just legged it, I was going to keep chasing you. Also, I thought you'd be in the offices waiting for me. Either way, unlucky, mate. I'm sorry. I know how it is to do that quest. I mean, I'm not sorry, but I'm sorry, if you know what I mean. I still don't know. Should I go for it with the... We can do this trade. I don't even know if the scav case is worth it. Oh, man. Yeah, no, I know the feeling. You've got the flash drive, you're like, I'm gonna fucking run. So if we do this, we'll be down to 1 million, but I think it's fun. The scav case is fun. I'm gonna do it. What's the point otherwise? I love the scav case. $80 hours! That really wasn't too bad. Alright, do we want to finish this Lad's Vase review? Too late, I closed the window by mistake. Was it Kettle Descaler review? Oh, this is a cracker. Take it back. How to descale a kettle fast and quick and easy. Easiest way to clean your kettle. Quick kettle descaler clean. I don't do shorts. Look at this guy, 4.3 million views, Unbox Therapy. This guy makes a fortune off YouTube, and I've never heard of him.
You guys...
He's got 18 million subscribers. Unreal. This is Adana's kitchen. Alright, if you're not going to talk, I'm out. Oost all-purpose descaler. Let's get a look at Oost.
Hi there. Does this look familiar? Do you have a problem like this at home? Limescale. Not only does it look bad, but it can inhibit the performance of your appliances, making them more costly to run and use more energy. You don't really want to replace or buy anything before you need to. Approximately 60% of homes in England and Wales are served by hard water. Well, now we have a solution. Oust all-purpose descaler is specially formulated to treat limescale around all kinds of domestic appliances and surfaces. It cleans and protects to make sure everything's looking and working great. And it's fantastic on your kettle at home. Just watch this. Half fill the kettle with water and boil before unplugging and placing in an empty sink. Then you can add the contents of 1 sachet and leave for 10 minutes. Or use the kettle descaler drop-in bag for even more convenience. If after 10 minutes there's still scale at the bottom of the kettle, then just reheat until it fizzes, but do not boil. Then pour out the solution and rinse your kettle with cold water. Then boil again with clean water and rinse again. Real results. Treat stubborn limescale in just 10 minutes. And it works on all these appliances too.
It's one of the best videos I've ever seen in my life. Bosch high pressure washers. Don't do it, Dave. Why is that such a bad vid? They are all over the place with these vids. Gehacktes Schweinfleisch in Salatpackchen. Gesund. Vegetarisch Nudelgericht mit Fangehüten. Krautensiedelingen. Yeah, lay it on me, bud.
Nudeln bitte nach Packungsanleitung. Leiten wir zunächst die Pilze.
I love it when you see someone who is like not white speaking a language I normally associate with white people. Like this Asian lad speaking German. I fucking love that. I love that.
Dann das Gemüse.
Nice jump,
It's
Alistair.
like when you see a black guy with a really strong Irish accent. It's just unusual. And it's great. I'm like, this lad sounds like just every person from Dublin I've ever met. Fantastic.
Packungsanleitung kochen, aber darauf achten, 1 bis 2 Minuten weniger, damit sie schön al dente bleiben. Ihr könnt natürlich auch alle anderen Nudeln nehmen, Bandnudeln, Spaghetti, worauf ihr Lust habt. Ich röste dann die Pinienkerne. Hier darauf achte ich, dass sie nicht verbrennen. Das heißt, bitte die ganze Zeit dabei bleiben. Sie verbrennen
Pine kernels, that's pine nuts.
Sie sind fertig, wenn sie goldenbraun sind. Schön von beiden Seiten. Wenn sie eine goldbraune Farbe haben, auch wieder sofort aus der Pfanne nehmen, sonst verbrennen sie euch.
Just brown them off.
Dann können wir auch schon sofort mit dem Kochen anfangen. Hierfür nehme ich eine Wokpfanne. Mache Öl heiß. In das heiße Öl gebe ich den Knoblauch, schön anschwitzen.
Is that garlic?
Und in das Knoblauchöl
Or
gebe ich
ginger?
zuerst die Kräuterseitlingspilze. Dann mache ich das Zentrum frei. Und in das Zentrum gebe ich die Karotten julienne.
In the middle go the carrots, cut in a julienne style.
Karotten gut anschwitzen.
Anschwitzen. Let them
Und
cook
auch
a while.
wieder an die Seite legen. Gleiche Prozedur natürlich wieder beim Pak Choi.
Pak
Wieder
Choi.
ins Zentrum legen. Leicht anschwitzen. Und für die Soße nehmen wir die leckere Premium Oyster Sauce.
Oyster sauce is hoisin sauce. Whoops.
Gebe ich den Knoblauch.
Sorry,
Dann mache ich das Zentrum frei.
I fucked up.
Gleiche Prozedur.
That's my bad.
Für die Soße nehmen wir die leckere Premium
And for the sauce, he said, and for the Soße, listen.
Schwitzen. Und für die Soße
And for the Soße, and for the sauce,
nehmen wir die leckere
I like
Premium Oyster Sauce.
premium hoisin sauce. Any German speakers? How close was I? Oh, he called it Ostern sauce. Is that Eastern sauce or oyster sauce?
Sojasauce.
Soy sauce is Zoya
Und
sauce.
etwas Zucker.
Brown sugar.
Wieder das Zentrum frei machen und in das Zentrum die Nudeln geben.
Und in die Zentrum die Nudel geben.
Die Nudeln geben.
Die Nudel geben. Lecker is
Wieder
tasty.
das Zentrum frei machen und in das Zentrum die Nudeln geben.
Die Nudel geben. Turn subtitles on? Hell no. I'm giving you a full translation
Wenn ihr
here,
die Nudeln
mate.
crispy mögt, richtig gut durchbraten. Ansonsten 2 bis 3 Minuten durchköcheln lassen reicht auch. Zum Anrichten empfehle ich euch erst die Nudeln in die Schale zu geben und darauf das Gemüse anzurichten.
Gemüse. Oh, I know what Gemüse means. Gemüse. Gemüse. Is that vegetables?
Auf das Gemüse und die Pilze die Pinienkerne. Und zum Schluss das Sesamöl.
Sesamöl.
Verleiht dem Ganzen noch einen wundervollen Glanz. Aber nicht nur das, es rundet die nussigen Aromen von den Pinienkernen, von den Kräuterseitlingen perfekt ab. Wunderschön.
Wunderschön, ganz toller Geschmack.
Extra Kick liebe ich es, noch ein bisschen von dem Chiliöl dazu zu geben. Das gibt dem ganzen Gericht nochmal eine richtig schöne Schärfe.
Richtig schön.
Für dieses Rezept habe ich die Likumki Premium Austernsoße benutzt, weil sie persönlich meine Lieblingssoße ist. Solltet ihr
Persönlich meine Lieblingssoße ist. So personally, this is my Lieblingssoße. Favorite is salted easy. I don't know. For den extra kick. 50-gram pine nuts from Edeka. That'll be 20 euros bitter. So I don't know what's going on with this channel. They don't get many vids, but they're all over the place. They've got a whole series here. That was the Oost All-Purpose. That's a 10-year-old vid. Oh, here she is again. More, please.
Hi there. Does this look familiar to you? Do you have this problem at home? Limescale. This stuff builds up over time and is a real problem for your appliances, especially if you live in a hard water area. Approximately 60% of homes in England and Wales are served by hard water. But worry no more. Here's the solution. Oust Tap and Shower Head Descaler is specially designed to treat those tricky to reach areas that you've probably been avoiding. Just look at this. Oust's Tap and Shower Head Descaler's thick gel clings to limescale. With some other descalers, you just get a gel, but with Oust's Tap and Shower Head Descaler, you get this high-quality cleaning brush included. It's easy. Just squeeze through the tube, through the integrated brush.
Oh my God.
And let Oust do the hard work.
Look how sensual that was.
Through the integrated brush, and let Oust do the hard work for you. Wait 10 minutes and then just rinse away.
The M&S.
Isn't that amazing?
This isn't just limescale removal. This is M&S limescale removal. Oh, fuck. I think I'm sick. Oh, I'm definitely coming down with something. I have not been sick in some time. Oh, I woke up this morning feeling like I was coming down with something. I'm pretty sure I am. I should fucking neck a bag of oost. No, I didn't get sick. So the criticism of that lad's vase. According to art historian Gisela Jan, in no other style of ceramics did the Japanese go to such extremes in attempting to appeal to Western tastes, and nowhere else were the detrimental effects of mass production more clearly evident. In an effort to produce inexpensive popular items, Satsuma with designs became overcrowded, garish, and glitzy. There was never a domestic demand for these pieces, which were generally viewed as the betrayal of Japanese tradition. Serious foreign collectors also turned their backs on expert works as crude, chalky pate covered with coarsely fissured glaze, in which more often than otherwise an excess of feldspar has produced discoloured deposits that suggest the reverse of technical skill. Now, where were we?
Real results. Treats stubborn limescale in just 10 minutes and leaves taps and shower heads sparkling and as good as new.
You look beautiful in your lovely yellow rubber gloves. Who's Michael Crewcamp? This channel doesn't exist.
Hi there. Does this...
What about Brett Taggart? Tactical Derpage Gaming. Vlog update. New computer. This is Brett Taggart.
Hello, it's Carsman50 here, and I know it's been about over a month since I've loaded a video, and it's a very lazy and slack of me, but I've been busy doing other things. It's been Christmas, building new computers and seeing family, and helping out with the market for my trip, so I haven't had a lot of time to do videos. So I will assure you that's why I'm here, to assure you that there'll be a video up tonight, and it'll be tech news with a friend of mine. We have 6 topics to talk about, and it'll be good. It won't be the last tech news video of this year, but there's that possibility because I'm going away to Christchurch tomorrow, and I'll be doing World of Tanks, uploading that video that it's pretty much done, but there's a few bits of editing here and there, and so I don't know if there'll be a lot to talk about in the next couple of days. I know it's leaving it a bit late, but it might be a commentary with a friend, it might be a tech news and review of 2013.
What did you manage, young man? He didn't do a video. It was 2 years before he did hardware diversity discussion with Connor McIntyre.
Hello, it's Brett Taggart here, and we are officially doing our second episode of the Hardware Diversity Show discussion, and we have another guest on the show today. It is Connor.
Hi.
Hi. So I thought, as I was saying last week, I could do it by myself, but I thought a guest on the show is a lot easier to talk to. 12 RAM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The audio's getting worse.
So they've actually released a report it, because why not? But you can actually purchase these now for the same price. There may be a subscription.
The consoles, they
Kepler Nvidia series cards.
Brett. She only did 2 vids. I would have put her in every vid. National Eczema Week. Dylon Color Catcher. How it works. I think it's her. Yes!
Have you looked at that spotted top or striped dress and not known which wash load it should go in? Well, good news. There are no more colour washing rules. None. So gone are the days of waiting for a certain colour to make putting on a wash load worthwhile or running wasteful half-load washes. Thanks to Colour Catcher, the smart way to wash. Every time you wash bright or dark coloured clothes, traces of dye bleed colour into your laundry. This could completely ruin your wash, turning your crisp white shirts pink or just leaving your clothes looking dull and grubby.
What? But why are you mixing a whitewash with a coloured wash anyway? Like, you wash them separately. These do work though. But you forget to buy them after a while, and then you don't really notice not having them, so we just stopped.
Colour Catcher is a clever little sheet.
I reckon this is absolute bollocks, by the way.
Meaning that you can wash mixed loads.
No.
Each sheet is packed with special ingredients, meaning it works like a magnet, catching loose dyes.
Gibberish. Utter gibberish. And toot. Americans try British crisps. Another one of these. So, hang on a sec. What do you... People separate their colours. This is a thing when you wash your clothes. So, I have a whitewash, a wool wash, and an everything else wash. So, I don't care what colours they are. But the colours are all going in together. And then the wool is separate again because you wash it at a different setting. Because if you wash it too hot, it fucking shrinks. And the whites have to go at a hotter temperature. And if you wash the coloured things at the same temperature you wash the white things, all the colour bleeds out and you end up with your whites get all mixed up. They change colour. I realise it sounds racist, but I'm talking about washing clothes. It's just a fact, Jack. You only connect your cold water tap to the washing machine. You wash everything on cold. What the fuck are you lot talking about? Who washes their clothes in a cold wash? Should I wash my clothes in cold water? This is from Fox, Carolina. This is Shampoo is Alive from Johnny Harris, who hasn't washed his hair in years.
What happens if you wash clothes in...
Oh, here we go.
If you want to make your home more climate friendly, a great place to start is by reducing energy in your laundry room. Actually, 90% of the energy used in washing machines just goes to heat the water. If all the households in Kansas switched to using just cold water, we would keep 900,000 tons of carbon dioxide from reaching the atmosphere.
That's amazing.
Each household that switches could save up to $190 a year. Finally, washing in cold water significantly reduces the release of microfibers into the water from our washing machines.
That is also good.
Microfibers are tiny pieces of plastic released from synthetic fabrics.
Yeah, they get fucking
Our
everywhere.
wastewater treatment system just can't filter them all out. From all sources combined, they make up 35% of the plastic pollution in our oceans.
Damn!
It's best to avoid the warm and hot water settings because by washing in cold water, you can still have
The size of these
fresh
washing
laundry.
machines!
Your clothes will last longer.
Look,
and look
that's
better.
a
You'll
full
help protect
basket
your
with room to
environment,
spare!
And you'll save lots of energy and help the planet.
Cold wash.
Step by step, the longest march can be won.
Wait,
Can
did I see a
be
teddy bear in there?
Step by step, the long
Look at his little face!
longest march can be won. Can be won.
The worst floods in the Midwest's recorded history tear a path of devastation through Kansas and Missouri. 400 miles of rivers burst their banks and inundated almost 1 million acres of land.
Oh my gosh, I'll never forget the flood.
And I could see the water actually coming down the street.
I can remember wading in water up to my waist.
My dad came to town that morning and loaded up 2 families, and we were fortunate enough to have bed space and groceries to sustain them until the flood subsided.
Water was so high, I even saw refrigerators floating down the river.
My mother started frying chicken when the alarm went off, and when it got through, the water was up to her knees.
Wow!
The merchants uptown, of course, lost everything.
I was helping move farm equipment from south of town to north of town just prior to the rains coming. And I'll never forget, take it to my grave, this mass migration of turtles.
Wow!
Never seen anything like that in my life. And by golly, those turtles knew something was coming.
What was Florence like before the flood? A thriving town.
When I was growing up here, every store here had a business in it.
We had 2 or 3 barber shops, 2 drugstores, 3 grocery stores.
Place I wanted to go. I loved the movies.
When we were growing up, there used to be men's ready to wear, ladies ready to wear, 2 banks.
A lot of married people went down there to shop.
My first job was at Hendron's Market, and my job was grinding hamburger. That was my job. And when I'd go to the show to meet my girlfriend on Saturday night, she could still smell that hamburger on me.
When Florence was first incorporated, it was a booming town.
Florence was the first community in this county that the railroads came to.
At that time, the Santa Fe, I believe, was giving away 100 and some acres of land.
The railroad brought worlds of people to town.
We were part of a French...
Just look at those people. Amazing. Just look at those faces, huh?
The railroad brought worlds of people to town.
All wearing a hat.
Part of a French settlement some 3 to 5 miles east of town.
To me, this is just a small part of France. To me, it means my heritage. And we used to hold Bastille Day celebrations down in the Grove down here. There were a number of families within the community here.
This might be the best rando vid I've ever stumbled across. Oh!
Nice jump, Alistair.
Balloon just resubbed for 7 months. How time flies.
Indeed. If you look at these boxes, right? I know there's some repeating textures, but it still looks really good. Like, at a glance, it all just feels... the rubbish, the grain of the walls, bit of a blood splat, the light from the candle. We are truly living in a gilded age. We're just waiting. We're just biding our time. Someone's on the grenade launcher. Maybe someone got killed.
Hey, I'm with Caddy.
Okay, cool. I mean, I'm just happy that we were undercover. Sell this shit. Oh, you need a sling for later on. I remember Bob being very upset he couldn't find a found and raid sling. Well, hang on to that. You can't sell the labs keycards anymore. The devs have put a lot of work into Tarkov to make repeated textures and models not stand out. Yeah. Alright, let's watch this thing about Florence, eh?
Up at the cemetery, all of our graves decorated with small miniature French flags.
My dad went to work for the Santa Fe in Florence. I worked on the railroad as a section laborer.
My grandfather was able to cross the border and bring his family with him because of the recruitment that Santa Fe had.
It was very segregated, and the atmosphere
Marta.
and the town was very different towards us.
The Americanos went to the Arno School for kindergarten, first, second, and third grade. And we went to what they call the Mexican room.
I think the hardest thing was not being able to develop a close friendship with the rest of our classmates.
And they lived in the barrio. And the barrio was on the other side of the railroad tracks.
Well, you know, I grew up in a town of 800, 850. Probably 25% were Mexicans.
People had all the stores and the businesses. That's where their money came from. They came from the people that worked on the railroad.
Oil also helped Florence grow.
About 1919 was the covert Sullers oil boom about 4 to 5 miles southwest of Florence.
I'm an oil man.
That was a big thing. 1921 was the Urshel oil boom.
They did a lot for Florence that made a city there.
So you had oil and you had the railroad. Plus you had 2 rivers and a lot of pure spring water.
People say, oh, I know where that is. They've got the big water tower that says 99.96% pure spring water.
A lot of stones in the buildings downtown were quarried right down there. I think it would have been interesting back in the turn of the century to see the masons out there working that rock.
Look at that fella. Just look at John Siebert there. Soak that in.
to build these buildings.
But as soon as they got their oil under control, they just kind of all left.
Just out here in the Urshel field, there were 500 families living out there, and there's no sign of that anymore. Gosh, if those oil fields could have stayed in place, well, they're gone.
The railroad began to...
Man, look at the town now. There's nothing open. Look at that.
Their employment because they started with the section crews. And where Florence had 3 sections, they went to 2, and then they went to 1.
Just as we witnessed in my lifetime the development of the horsepower race in cars, so the same thing happened in farm tractors. And where there was people living on every 80 acres or 160 acres, that horsepower race allowed one farmer to simply farm more.
Transportation. It's probably hurt small towns more than anything. But when you had to hook up a team of horses and you were 3 miles out of town and it took you an hour and a half to get to town, 3 miles, you didn't want to have to travel very far to get groceries. So every little town had their grocery store, had their pharmacy and all that. Just like right now, a lot of people drive to Newton to Walmart.
See, that's the problem. And I'm convinced that if you want to talk about the death of the small town, you could really look, and I remember when I was at school, we did a thing about how the supermarket and the convenience that it offers also destroys communities and small towns, and I absolutely believe that to be the case. And now Amazon's come along, and it's basically almost impossible. In cities and things, you've got people, I'm sure you have people who have the ability to walk to local shops and things like that. Maybe if you live centrally in town. But the thing is, there are a few things. First of all, supermarkets offer everything you need in one place. So you can drive there, and let's just look at the UK. I'm not going to comment on America because that's a whole different situation. In the UK, people want to do their shopping on a Saturday or a Sunday because that's when they've got the time to do it. They want to get on with their weekend. So they get in their car, they drive to the supermarket, they know they can park there, they can get their petrol there too, fill up the car for the week, get everything you need, and then go home, job done. Unpack, you've got the shop is done, we're set for the week. Previously, you would go shopping and you would go to the butcher's for your meat, you go to the fishmonger for your fish, you go to the fruit and veg place for your fruit and your veg. There'd be other stores selling other things, the hardware store for your hardware. You go where you needed, you do your shop, go into each of these local businesses. Now, each of those local businesses employs a couple of people, employs some drivers, people that bring the goods to be sold there. And these are people living in that area. So the money that you put into that shop stays in that area, if you like. The money you spend in Tesco's, the only money that stays in the area, is the minimum wages that they pay the employees that work there. And the rest of it is all fucking siphoned off to Tesco central control, right? There's no sense of community. You don't know the guy that owns that Tesco's or the manager or whatever. I remember there was a hardware store when I was growing up. I knew the guy. You go in, you chat to him, how's it going? And the stuff that you needed, you could describe it, and he would understand the problem. And he would know exactly what you need. What kind of fitting is it? You describe it. He goes, oh, okay, you want one of these. And he'd talk you through it. And it felt more like part of a local community. You knew that guy. His kids would work in the shop as well. And it just that has been eroded. And if you expand that up to a small town, the center of town where you'd have all these small businesses, people that live and work in that small town, especially a very small town, those local shops and everything keep the place ticking over. Things like a post office, very important to a lot of people, especially older people living in a rural area, gone. The ability to go to your local shop that's maybe supplied by the local farmers and stuff like that, it matters. Yeah, you're not sneaking about in my room, thank you. You can get downstairs, cat. So yeah, all the banks and everything shut. So if you think of Walmart in America, the biggest fucking shop you've ever seen, sells everything. Why wouldn't you just go there? The convenience is too great. But there's no competition. They were saying there were 3 hairdressers in town. And there were 2 of these kind of shops. There were 2 drugstores. There were 3 local stores. That micro competition is fine. But when Walmart turns up, their competition is, what is the least amount of money we can pay people to work here and still have them turn up? And where is the place, wherever in the world, we can get things absolutely rock bottom prices? And they get it from there. It's dog shit. It's absolute dog shit. And yeah, it has just ruined stuff.
The railroad at that time went to big mechanized gangs that covered huge areas, and they come in and revamp the track. So there was little need for the local section gangs anymore.
The thing that I regret probably more than anything was when the Santa Fe tore down the brick houses where the people used to live.
Thinking of all the people who lived here, and that included Palacios, the Fieros, the Modesto, the Hernandez, and on, stuff like that. And I just think about how it was to live here, and the toughness behind it, but the community feeling, not in spite of the toughness behind it, and that's what I'm feeling right now.
The depot was run 24 hours a day.
See, is it progress? I don't know. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is progress. This rush to efficiency and corporations buying up each other and consolidating into one mega thing. It is efficient from a dollar point of view, but is it actually good for society? Are we meant to live that way? Are we set up to live that way? I don't think we are. And it's only happened in the last few decades that this has become a big thing. But I don't think it's even unchecked. I think it's just the natural conclusion of this system. Like I've said this before, the ideal company, like the end game of capitalism, the way it's set up, is that there will be one company that owns and supplies everything.
Taco Monkey 64 just resubbed for 1 month.
Thank you. They own every other company. They own all the natural resources that they can possibly own. This one corporation owns absolutely everything. They have a single employee. One. And they pay him 1 penny a day. That is the ultimate expression of capitalism. And it's owned by the shareholders and all the rest. They sell everything. That's it. One single company with one employee, and everyone has to buy everything from them. That would be the ultimate goal. And they'd still be looking to make cuts. Can we cut our employment force? All he's there to do is observe that the robots are still working, and if they're not, call the owners. And I just think about the things that have been eroded. Things like these railway stations. We've seen the same thing over here. The railway network has been destroyed. And it does matter. Trains and stuff like that. I don't know if everybody needs to have a fucking car to drive to Walmart. It just seems like we've exceeded in the idea that these things are progress has actually destroyed an awful lot of the country of Western countries. You know what I mean? It feels like progress. Everyone can have a car now. You can get what you want. Isn't that great? But then it leads to a lot more than that. The corollary effect of all of the progress that we've made has in fact been to destroy an awful lot of the stuff that we relied on. And now people having to live in cities, we see it in the UK, the concentration of wealth in the southeast. I mean, they did this levelling up fund where they found £2 billion. What's that going to do? What are they going to do? What are they going to do with £2 billion across the whole of the north of the country? What are you going to level up? What difference is that going to make? Just pouring a little bit of money on top. These are systemic problems that we've got in modern society, where huge swathes of our countries are just dead. There's nothing made there, there's no jobs there, there's nothing. It's mad.
Okay, so that was 4 jobs, and then they finally cut that to 1. It's just a general decline, and I think the worst thing that hurt Florence probably is when the schools closed.
Sometimes I really wish the school was here. When I get on the school bus, pretty much the first thought that pops to my head is it's going to be a really long ride.
There was a lot of hard feelings between Florence and Marion, and there's still hard feelings for some people. The kids got along, it was the older people.
People here tend to blame Marion for that, but really it was the state of Kansas making the decision that they couldn't afford to continue to finance a school here. When the grocery store closed, that was kind of a defining moment for Florence.
But I miss going to the grocery store and seeing, hi, Guy, and hi, Jane, and just the contact with someone.
I think the saddest part of it would be our
The
memories.
Stamp Twins.
There's nothing here to remind us of anything.
But we have our memories pretty well
Yes,
written
but
down.
You go downtown and there's nothing there to remind you of anything. All you can remember is what's in your head.
They always were the kind of community that had events to bring people together.
Like our alumni banquet, that's probably the oldest alumni banquet in the state.
Look how old that crowd is. I don't know what the solution is. I don't think it's as simple. I wish it was as simple as just saying, well, we'll tax things more. But taxing big companies is not going to create jobs in the north. I think what we actually need to do, like imagine if there was a system, something where we said to any company operating in this country, if you're selling stuff in this country, like I know that a lot of companies can get around having to pay tax because it's like, oh, well, you're buying from Amazon, but you're buying from Amazon based in Luxembourg. You're not actually buying from Amazon in the UK. That can fuck off. I mean, that's ridiculous. You could change that. Silly. We need to say to companies, because the thing is, they'll always say, we can't compete with China because they make things that much cheaper. Right? But is there no mechanism by which we can say a certain percentage of stuff that we sell here has to be made here? Not finished here, not just a sticker put on it here, but actually made here. Would that just cost the companies money, or would they literally all just go bust? Because I can't believe in a country of 60 million people, there isn't a market for things that are made here. A lot of the companies that we had that were successful, we've sold off. We've sold them off. I'm just wondering if... I don't know what the mechanism would be. I'd need to talk to some kind of economics expert. And be like, all right, here are my questions. I'm going to design a structure here, and you tell me what's wrong with it. Because I'd like to know what's wrong with it. Because I honestly think that globalized capitalism has destroyed huge swathes of Britain and other countries. Just made it too easy for companies to just say, well, we're just going to get our shit made in India then. It's cheaper. We pay them less. And we don't have to worry about restrictions and labor laws and all the rest of it. I don't even know if they think infinite growth is possible. I think that the issue is that year on year, you have to make more money. Like, it's not enough to make £150 million this year and then make 148 million next year and go, well, it's just variance, isn't it? I mean, some years you're going to make more than others. They're like, right, we need to make more next year. So it's time to slash some costs. Let's fire a bunch of people. Let's lower our wages. Let's get some of our stuff from overseas because we have to win. But what's it all for? Who is it for? This idea that this is the way to do things. It's only for the people that the shareholders of that company. But the problem is it's not good for society because we see towns like that dying. We see people losing their jobs. It can't be good. It's going to collapse. I think the weird thing is if you want to talk about the long-term survivability of companies, it has to at least seem like it's for the good of people. You know what I mean? But here's the problem with Goobler. This is the problem with high-speed rail, the high-speed HS2 that they want to build to the north. Alright? Think about this. If you build amazing transport, what happens is, in your mind, that means people will live up north, and then they will have money up there, and they'll just commute down here. But it doesn't mean that. It means they will commute from north to south. The jobs stay down here. It just means it's easier for money to get into the south, and it's like a Hoover. So it's not necessarily about saying, well, if we build better transport, people will live up there, and they can just, you know, it'll be easier. It's a problem. And it's the HS2 is going to cost billions, and all it's going to do is shave like 20 minutes. This is why I would never be cut out for business, right? Because I would have a business, we'd make a profit, I'd be like, great, let's keep doing what we're doing, folks. But they're like, no, we have to do better next year. We have to make even more money next year. That's what I don't understand. But they're not long-term jobs, Prawn. You need long-term jobs. Proper industries that existed for a long time. Like they used to. Like we used to make ships and shit like that. That is an industry. That's not just a project. That's an industry. I mean, what I will never understand how South Korea went from being a poor country that didn't have a shipbuilding industry to the premier constructor of cargo ships in the world. How was that not us? What a fucking boo-boo. How was that not us? We literally had the expertise and the shipyards in place. And we just fucked it. We were like, nah. It's laughable.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Psycho088 just resubbed for 22 months.
The thing is, there are companies out there that show that you don't have to be the way most of them are. But Chestakov, we used to have shipyards all over the north. Used to have industries. Sheffield Steel, prime example, gone. A lot of these cities were built up around a specific industry that was there for decades and decades, and then it went away. Like the transition to service industry and financial industry stuff as our main income. I mean, I tell you what, our biggest fucking export at the moment is actors. Fucking actors seems to be the biggest. It's hard not to see a film that has British people in. I just know where it's leading. It's leading to the collapse of the entire society that capitalism relies on. They're going to have a big old rethink. Because it has given a lot of people a much better quality of life. The problem is we're reaching a point where it's accelerated past doing any good for people. That's a wee scabby boy. Whoa! Whoa! Chill! Oh, I hope that wasn't a scav. How'd he see me up there? Just spotted me? We got one shot off. I mean, the whole trickle-down economics thing never really worked anyway, right? It was seen as... I mean, my dad was a big proponent of that. This is not politics, boy. This is economics. This is economics. It's not about politics. This is economics, which is factual. It's a science-based sort of discipline, if you like, because you have numbers to deal with. The idea that... I know my dad's idea was that if you have a very rich person, they create jobs. And that's still the take that a lot of people like Fox News always say, these are the job creators. But they're not creating jobs. They're hoarding wealth. And that's demonstrable. I mean, you can. There are tons of articles about it. You can read them all. Go and do it. I read them. I'm not going to regurgitate them for you. Go and look them up. The hoarding of wealth. Trillions and trillions of dollars. The hiding and stashing of money by the very wealthy in offshore areas and all that kind of stuff. Stash, 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 stash. Big fan of trickle-down economics, right? My dad. He was like, yeah, the idea is that this guy who's very rich creates jobs because he employs people. It's like, let's say we take a billionaire and he has a staff working in his house. He has a couple of drivers. He has a PA. He has some assistants. Those people now have jobs because of that guy. But think about a local business owner instead. A guy who owns a shop, like the local store, the grocery store, right? He gets his supplies, some of them from out of town, but he gets some of them from the farmers that live in that area, the butcher that lives in that area, the fishermen that work in that area, and he employs people in that store, and they are taking local produce and selling it in a local store, cutting down on transport needs and all the rest of it. It's locality. And that's creating, now the fishmonger has someone to sell his fish to, and the baker has someone to sell his bread to, and the butcher has someone to sell his meat to. And that's how that should work. But instead you have one megastore that gets his food from the cheapest places all over the country or abroad, ships them in huge container ships, and sells them at a lower price. So you think, well, these prices are lower, so that's good. But where's the money gone? into Walmart's pocket. And now the fishmonger who, the fisherman doesn't sell his fish to that guy anymore. Where's he selling them to? I mean, in the UK, we hardly eat any fucking fish. Most of our fish was exported. Semiconductors.
Probably the oldest.
I mean, there are some things for sure that you're going to have to get from abroad, right? But on a local level, a lot of businesses have been, simple things that would keep things ticking over have been destroyed, I think.
Banquet in the States.
I mean, there are always going to be things that you just can't get locally. Like, it's not like every town had a car manufacturer. But we had British car manufacturers in this country. Lots of them. British cars, motorcycles were made here. And now those brands have all been bought up. And they're all made somewhere else. There's like a handful of car plants and they're always on the fucking edge of being closed down.
People that have left Florence gravitate back to Florence. As you can see from the turnout of this alumni banquet that we've had this evening.
The school closing meant a great loss to me personally, so we are very, very interested in the future. We give 2 scholarships each year to students actually who go to Marion Florence High School.
So we used to have fiestas. Many of the townspeople would come down. Young children would dress in the Mexican colors. And they would do these marches in the barrio that these people had learned in Mexico that they brought back.
I remember the Labor Day celebrations. The parade, always at 11 o'clock.
Every year we have a big, big crowd.
Look at this lad.
Nice though to have that energy that comes with people.
John Swarm!
Nice though to have that.
That is such a good name. John Swarm. Her hat just says lobsters.
Energy that comes with people being in town.
These people should have been here yesterday and the day before for the activities. When John and I got married and I first moved up here, this place was like this all 3 days of the Labor Day celebration.
These small towns, they are what made America.
I would really have to say it's the people in this town. They're just awesome.
One thing that can make it special sometimes negatively is everybody knows everybody. They know if you sneeze.
I don't think there's anybody here that wouldn't do something for somebody. I mean, it don't matter who it is.
I know what my kids are doing before they're done doing it, usually. So,
yeah.
And it makes a real safe environment for the kids. That I love. And I have my granddaughter living with us now, so I don't have to worry if I let her go outside and play by herself. And the community watches out for everybody.
So I said, we need to start the Chuck Wagon Men's Club. If somebody needs help, an old lady in town that just can't, I just can't
What a fucking boss.
get this washer out of my basement, I'd like to get rid of it. Call the Chuck Wagon. Get a hold of John. He'll get some people and they'll take care of it for you.
I'm hoping what we can do is clean this lot out, fence it off, and I'd like to turn this into kind of a community garden, like a community vegetable garden.
At the Chuck Wagon, we have a long table that seats about 8 or 9 people. We call it the liar's table because if you're telling a fish story, you know how fish stories are, the fish keeps getting bigger and bigger.
They're just a lot of fun to listen to. Can't tell you everything they say because I just think it's funny.
It's almost like my office in town. And if I have a problem or need to know something, I'll ask somebody there, have you ever worked on the transmission on this 65 truck? Somebody has had the same sort of a problem or knows somebody who had the same sort of problem, so they can tell you how to fix it.
I mean, you could go online and get that information. But that's nice to have as a local thing, right? Like, you could just Google it, but is that better than going and having breakfast with a bunch of lads and chatting it out? That's much more fun, right? Beautiful countryside. Look at that.
We've never lived in Florence. We've been involved in Florence in different ways. But it's fun to go to lunch at the local restaurant. You know most everybody there. It's just kind of a gathering place for me.
One of the reasons that we opened this place was for somewhere for everyone to go. I have met some great people right here in this bar. I never feel out of place, and I always feel welcome.
Well, now, hold on. We don't have to describe these people as racists, do we? Like, just because they live in Kansas and they live in a small town, you're saying they're all racists? I think that's a stretch. I haven't seen anything yet so far. This movie so far has covered the Mexican community, the second or third generation that's come up from Mexico. Right, but you can't... that's not fair to judge people that way. I don't think. You wait until someone said something before you judge them. Otherwise, you're just writing off a whole fucking state. This whole town's Trump supporting racists. Do you think that's helpful? Do you think that leads to better dialogue? Do you think that leads to a better understanding between people? I think we should just chill and look at this nice portrait of a small town and how it's changed since the 50s and see that something's gone wrong. Rather than say, oh, it's probably because they're all Trump voters and racists. I think that polarization of people is a terrible thing to do.
You know, the people around here, you have to push them. That's all there is.
And that's why sometimes I just want to say, I'm not doing this anymore. Our main reason for opening the store was just to help the town. As a younger person coming in, I was so motivated and I wanted to see things happen. When the town doesn't support you, you really lose your desire.
But the personality of the town, defeated.
It is frustrating because it just seems like there's a few of us that can see what's going on and there's just so much inertia.
People like to see results. And when something happens that's good, everybody's pumped up for a while. When we have a great Labor Day weekend, you know, if we have something else that goes on in town that, you know, is very positive, everybody's fired up. But all it takes is one little thing to remind them that we have no more grocery store, you know, we have no more school. Here we are, and where are we going, and how are we going to get there?
People that are interested in getting involved and sharing the vision and the goals that you set for your community.
The majority of the town is divided between people who just don't care and people who have been burned over and over again by trying to see things happen.
I hate to say the people's heart is hardened, but I just pray for the people, their heart is just softened by the grace of God.
May I come in?
In this town, they need a person to talk.
Yeah, a bunch of racists, huh? They got a Korean pastor.
My goal is to visit every house. So when you talk person to person, there is love there.
But it would be nice to have some new young people involved to kind of help take the place of some of them that have been doing it for so many years.
We have had a family move in because they liked the house they found here. And she says...
It's huge! That's not a house!
They liked the house.
That's a fucking office block! The size of this house! I bet you can get that for tuppence halfpenny. What was this place called? Florence, Kansas. Let's look at property prices. This is $31,000 For a whole house. I mean, look at this. This is a big old house. $134,000. This is just a driveway. This is a field. $5,000. Oh, that's just for a lot, surely. I mean, these are not the biggest houses in the world, but look at this one. Look at this. This is a nice little house. Look how much fucking land you get. You get a garage and shit. $87,500. Jesus, look at it. Well, the decor's not for me. I've got to say that, but that dog's loving it. That is a decent sized house. 3 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, huge kitchen. $87,500. You can live cheap.
They found here, and she says, I don't know why nobody wants it. And I said, because it's in Florence, Kansas.
Florence does seem to be stuck in the past and can't seem to get its mind around getting together as one voice to save the town.
Yeah, what's the
I
plan?
would like to get everybody to see a vision of what the town could be from what it is.
You look at an opportunity, don't say, oh, that won't work. Let's say, okay, let's try this and see if it'll work.
What can they do?
This would be a great place where we could have an artist community to really generate or regenerate the town as a whole.
I can see new paved sidewalks and the old-fashioned street lights and the cute little quaint shops with the big windows and all decorated up.
You had Dollar General open, and then you could put an Orscheln's or a farm store next to it. That would be the biggest boost, shot in the arm for this community that we've had in 20 years.
There are a lot of companies that could come in here. You have rail, you have highways, you have good water supply.
I would love to restore the depot. I would like to see all these buildings occupied again.
I don't even think we probably have even 5 years because the buildings are in such bad shape. Each year they just keep getting worse.
But we really would like to get a business in and be a part of the community.
And it would be fun to be a part of that, to be able to be contributing to something that's bringing the community together and back to life.
We have to be able to believe in Florence and what we can do here to make those things happen.
My dream is to come back to Florence and open up my own accounting firm.
Les quiero decir a la comunidad que sigan trabajando para que se acerquen todos como una familia.
My mother will probably never close. This is where she first started waiting tables. Her mother worked here. She'll just keep it on, keep it open and just keep going.
It's just a matter of those people there that have the resilience to stay there and make the town either a strong town or let it go into the wind.
Man.
Will you go into the wind?
Now, do we think that this music, do you reckon this is their music?
No trace of where you've been, or find a new way to begin. Will you learn to grow again?
Cradled by flat hills around, cool pure water from the ground.
With your people strong and sound, like the bricks and stone.
Oh, Christ! I'm sure he won't DMCA us, surely.
That built this town.
Water brought life to
Harmonica by Ray Davidson.
Horses, even though it's just 10 miles away, it's been a part of my life, I think.
I enjoyed the times I went there.
106!
And I still hope that it can make it.
Look at me. I made it.
Florence and the area, it's something I'd miss the rest of my life. Been all over, but this is still the best place I've been.
When I'm on Highway 50 and I look at that sign that says 1870 is when Florence was settled and everything, and I'm thinking, good girl.
That was so good. Saved. Putting it on favorites. What a cracking fucking vid. Well done, Stephen. That was brilliant, mate. Really enjoyed that. Not often that you get a slice of local life made by local people about their town, you know? $80 hours. We almost done it all. This is going to be a tough one. This thing, I don't even know where to get this thing. Oh, did I not hit the like button? Thumbs up. Comments include. Let's read these. As anyone who watches can tell, my grandfather is very passionate about the Florence community. Thank you for making this video and shedding a light on what the community once was and what it could be again. Also, thanks for making me cry watching this again for the first time in a couple of years. I'm realizing you had that song written around the line my Pepre said about letting the town go into the wind. Gloria A. Mendoza. I was born in Florence, Kansas in a home on 9th Street in September 1942. When I was 9 years old, my family moved to California to join my grandparents Alejo and Anita Moreno because of the 3 consecutive floods in 1951. Our 2-story house was destroyed by the floods. My aunt's son, Simon Modesto, is in the film. What a treat finding this film. So many memories of Florence come to mind. My father's hometown. I'd like to think they had little community screening. Stephen, what else have you got for me? Because that was excellent. This is called Strangers in Town. Let's have a look. What's this about?
My name is Shelly Lee Dien. I born in Vietnam, and we escaped from 1982. We come in United States. I escaped by the boat.
I leave my country because there's fighting with government and coming to attack people every time.
We had to
nice jump, Alistair.
Indiana Jones 95 just resubbed for 5 months.
Thank you.
Smile.
We had to flee.
At the age of 2, we got displaced to Southern Sudan. We came back in the early 90s. However, the part of northern Uganda was at war at the time, so we couldn't go home.
Obviously, I'll never forget about it. It haunts me off and on, and not knowing what was going to happen on the other side. Because as a 13-year-old crossing the river as a mojado, that actually happened to me.
Gunplay! Those drawings are horrible, aren't they? Little kids' versions of what they saw in war and stuff. Is that a scav or a lad? I can never tell, man. Is that a PMC? Been picked clean.
Ну и чё тут за хуйня? Блять, перцы!
Oh, am I a baddie? Yeah, mate.
Ничего, неплохой день, да? Вот как всё. Шаг барыгам, а потом по бабам. Конечно, не помешало.
Peek has advantaged my fucking neck. Yeah, but here's my thing. I'm peeking left, I get a shot, I duck back, and then I'm dead. I just think it's frustrating because I feel like if I peek and get a shot and then duck back, I'm not rewarded for taking a shot and then ducking away. He gets to shoot me anyway. It ignores the fact that I'm now peeking back. Because before I leaned left, he didn't shoot me. I leaned out, shot him, leant back. I can't see him, and yet I'm dead because on his screen he shot me. It's just frustrating. Because it seems to happen so often. What tasks have we got that are achievable? Yeah. I said achievable. We could try this one. Yeah, I've heard about the desync. As I understand it, it's like some guy posted a picture and he was like, "Am I just terrible? Like, what's happening here?" And it can be, if I come around a corner, the difference between me coming around the corner, seeing you reacting and shooting, can be up to a second. Which is pretty fucking bad. Like, the difference in reaction times because of the desync. Which is pretty fucking bad. Because you have to allow human reaction time has to be factored in. So you come around the corner, the time it takes me to see that, my brain to process it, and my finger to click the mouse button. You come around the corner, obviously Pika's advantage is the thing in CSGO, whereby, not because of the netcode so much, although that is always going to be a factor, but because of the human response time. When I push, I'm mentally ready to shoot the target. Whereas you're reacting, so you're always going to be slower. Which is why, honestly, people just pre-fire the fuck out of corners. I just think if they tighten it up a little bit, it would be that much better. Because it's impossible to sort of peek an angle, bang, like that, without them apparently getting the chance to shoot you. It's just, that I don't like. It just kind of feels silly. Ox Rapid, mate, you're falling into the trap. You're falling into the trap of being one of the Tarkov know-it-alls. Well, actually, you should be super aggressive. None of us are we? None of us are. We always talk a big game, but I've seen you lads play, and we're not like that. We were one of us. We've been in a 5-stack and died to one lad multiple times. So we can talk the talk, but there's no walking here. It doesn't happen. This is strangers in town.
We're a small town. Some people might say a small town out in the middle of nowhere. But we're a place that's different, and we're different because we have people who've come from all over the world. Garden City in Finney County has really been a crossroads between cultures for a long, long time. We're a magnet for people who want to come and work and create new lives for themselves, but we've always been that place. The Arkansas River right at the south edge of Garden City from 1803 to about 1845 was the border.
That's the most American thing I can think of. Just riding horses in a river, he's drinking a beer, and they've got dogs with them. That to me is American living right there. I would fucking love that. I'm going out today, honey. I'm taking the horse. Me and the boys are gonna ride down the river. We're gonna take the dogs with us too and a couple of beers. Okay, y'all, be back for dinner. Fuck am I shooting here? When the lobby system thing comes out, for sure we'll do some Tarkov in-houses. Now, where are the fucking landmines? In-house means a tournament played between people who are part of a community. So you're keeping it in-house. You're not opening it up to the general public. That was someone stepping on a landmine, was it not? Poor bastard. A scav will not come across that lad's body. No way. No one would think to run out there in the minefield. Oh, I just stumbled upon those stashes. I don't know where they are. I just got lucky. See, again, I did not know this was here. I just got lucky.
А вот тут, друган.
I think I just wasn't hitting him. I mean, Occam's razor here, people. What's more likely? The game is broken, or I am terrible? Come on, give me one more. Before the hot rod runs out. Hey, thanks for telling me, Cloud. I didn't have any idea where the scout base was. I've only done this map about 1 billion times. Now we're out of fucking stems. I think the milk works actually. Oh, that's pineapple juice. God damn it. Nuts. Oh, 15 round mags, hell yeah. We're out of stimulants, god damn it. Where do we have to get to anyway? Bridge extract's gone. Ruaf gate. Yeah, I've seen that meme. Milk! Yay!
Хуйло, вот хуйло! Нет тебя! Нехороший вы, блядь, человек. Ах ты хер ебучий! Вон он, блядь, ебать его! Куда он зашли? Вон, вон, вон он, сука!
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Да ты чё там пиздишь? Шалава! На, блядь, жри, сука! Опы! Гнида! Да ты чё там пиздишь? Упырь!
Where is he?
Хуйло, вот хуйло! Конец тебе! Гнида! Чего, блядь?
Where are you, dickhead?
Щеми, берцов!
Oh, I see you.
Блядь!
I'm pretty sure I can just go to that wee bit along here, no? I mean, if I lose all my shit, I'll just dump it if we get too close and I'll get it back on insurance. Isn't it like down this road there's like a rock and shit like that? Really shitty weather, holy god. Oh my good god, I didn't know about this. Youchie! What are you yelling for? What level was that bear? Level 0 to 10. I figured it wasn't worth looting him because A, he was in a minefield. And B, for him to die like that in the minefield means he's probably pretty bad. We should have caught up now. We can hand in our quest. That's a pog.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Matt from Oopnot just resubbed for 31 months. It's Super Elisio Wanton. The Magrib Souls. Timpson's 19.99.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, we did a quest. Can't be too upset about that. You got fuel as well, and a skull. That's all. It's all pog. What do we get for doing that quest? Oh, I see you've completed a really annoying quest. Have some fucking shit ammo, and some decent ammo. High on a mountain. mountain top, I pledge myself to her. Every time I'm in paradise.
Between the United States and Mexico. Even in 1910, according to census figures, almost 25% of the people in Garden City were born in other countries and had immigrated here.
It's amazing.
Well, my parents are from Mexico. They were born there. They were both born in Michoacan. And so I was born here, so I'm Mexican-American.
My mom was from Mexico, my dad was from Guatemala. And yeah, they both came as immigrants.
My dad was born in on an air base in the Philippines, and then my mom was born in Juarez in Mexico.
My mom's a school nurse and my dad's a drive specialist. I really don't know what that is.
My father works at Tyson, and my mother is currently unemployed, but she has her license in cosmetology.
My dad owns a barbershop, City Cuts, and he's a barber. My mom is a RN.
You know, we all have different stories, and we're all just trying to, you know, like the American dream. My parents came here for the American dream, and they always tell me, like, we came here so you guys could have a better life. And it's like, that's what anyone else is trying to do. Like, they're just trying to better their life.
My parents came here looking for an opportunity at Tyson. We were living in trailer after trailer until they found a house that was right in eyeshot, basically across the street from Tyson.
Primero que se levantaba, iba a bañar la vaca y se comía la calabaza con leche recién ordeñada.
This does not look fun.
I don't know how you were able to work so hard for so many years.
Pues muy duro para mí, el trabajo allí es duro.
What was the hardest part about it?
Pues no podía sacar filo. Cuando cortaba la carne, el cuchillo no tenía filo. Yo creo que cortaba más por el revés que por donde era.
Mom, why did you leave the packing plant to go to college?
I started going to college just because I wanted to improve my English and possibly get a degree. Y me permitía estar más al cuidado de ustedes. Porque podía estar en la mañana cuando ustedes salían a la escuela.
Dad, did you ever think that you'd ever have all the things that you have now?
No tengo nada, simplemente los tengo a ustedes. Eso es lo que tengo.
Para nosotros eso es la riqueza. La riqueza no se mide.
My dad is a serious worker, someone who isn't afraid of pushing himself for the people that he loves, and it's all just for us.
This is Bombay Mix. Stannis is the president.
That plant opened in 1980. That's what spawned the incredible growth.
They said it's going to bring people that are in great need, that are poor, that are lacking education, maybe lacking English, and so it's going to really stress all of our agencies.
Nice jump, Alistair.
And then
Beasley
they said,
Book
okay,
just
are we going
resubbed
to
for
call
15
it
months.
Thank you.
a blessing or a curse? They decided they wanted it to be a blessing.
That town really depends economically on that industry to a very large extent. And so people recognized the value of the people that were coming to work, that they were making an economic contribution. They also recognized that they endured a great deal to get there. I don't mean that everybody was able to think that there were all these folks coming. There were a lot of problems. There wasn't adequate housing. You know, there were all sorts of difficulties when you have a massive number of people coming in a very short time.
It was a mess for a while until everybody got settled. Just people swarmed here. No place to live. Schools were overcrowded. Strangers in town.
I was a member of the Garden City Ministerial Alliance, and I worked very closely with pastors from the major denominational churches. We had very good leadership. They knew what it took for a city to be progressive, and they challenged their parishioners to this fact that these people are not going away. I do need to give credit to our newspaper. Our editor at that time tried to dispel all of the negative rumors. For example, oh, the government gives them all a new car. The government gives each of them money to buy a house. Our dogs and cats are missing because they're eating them.
The fact that my grandfather was an immigrant from Mexico, it reflects on me in a way of knowing that I wouldn't be here right now if he wouldn't have worked hard to be here. He risked a lot coming here. If he can go through that struggle, then I can do anything. Garden City High School is like a reflection of Garden City, period. Because, I mean, you have kids that come here from all different backgrounds. There are over 24 languages that are spoken at Garden City High School. Just proves you how diverse it is here. I don't think you could say that for any other school in Kansas.
I am the site manager for International Rescue Committee, a refugee resettlement agency in southwest Kansas. One of the main challenges that a new refugee faces is cultural shock. Whether you're coming from East Africa or coming from Southwest Asia, you have moved to a community where you may not know anyone.
You're from North Darfur, correct?
Yeah, I'm from Darfur. I have a small village called Kazan Jadid. I want to study and I work and I want to help my family. I have a big family, no one live
I have
free.
walked in their shoes. I understand the challenges, and I know that for them, all they need is to be able to be independent, have shelter, go to work, to attain the core of what they need for their family. Gives me a reason to come back to the office the following day, despite the many challenges that we face.
It's really something. This guy's just, it's amazing. This is like, if Vice or someone or Vox had done something like this, it's really well shot. It's really well edited. It's a great topic. The flow of it is really good. They're talking to all kinds of different people. They get just the right amount of chat out of every person. Honestly, this is really good. I'm genuinely impressed. It only has 840 views. It's crazy, huh?
When we came from Africa, the goal is to go to school, and what it takes long is the life sometimes difficult. So you have to make sure that your life is how your life is going. But my dream, I'm gonna work at Tyson and go back to Africa to see my family. But later, I have to go to school.
It didn't take very long for many of these folks that had come in initially to work at the packing plant to start their own businesses. And we had a number of folks that did that very thing, and they're still now busy engaging in their businesses in the community, and they're a strong part of the community as well.
My mom said her dream was always to open up a store, and she started off selling clothes. My dad was still in IBP. Once it started picking up a little bit more, they moved into the spot they are in now. They focus more on a Hispanic grocery store. They have their bakery, they sell meat, and they do still have some clothes.
También conoce otro pueblo en la zona de La Paz, que también tú lo conoces pasando Usulután. Ahí dejé unos recuerdos que no los puedo olvidar. Como Dios dejó el destino.
How it came about opening this place was working at Starbucks. Our Starbucks here is in Target, and I would notice that a lot of Hispanics would hesitate to go order if they didn't notice that there was like someone who spoke Spanish there. And even then, when they would go up to me, they'd kind of just describe what they wanted. Like they didn't really look at the menu because Starbucks' menu is a little complicated. One day I just went home, told my parents about it, told my siblings about what I wanted to do, have a coffee shop where everyone felt welcome.
La idea siempre cuando se habla de negocio, que alguien quiere tomar una decisión de negocio entre los hijos, me parece bien, nomás hay que verlo, hay que pensar si es correcto, pero como ella ya había trabajado en eso, ella ya conocía bastante de la clase de producto que tenía que hacer. Que era
me gustó mucho la idea ahí desde que ellos dijeron que querían una cafetería. A mí me pareció que iba a estar bien.
Overall, before this happened, what I wanted to do was just run a business, own a business pretty much. But then I had the opportunity to jump in on this with her and, you know, run it. And that's what I decided to go for.
Growing up here in Garden City, working at the store so much and having the diversity that we share there, you'll have like 5 different languages being spoken there at the same time, people shopping there. It's just the atmosphere that I really love, and that's something that I wanted to bring in a coffee shop setting.
It's only been 2 months and it's just more than I can even picture. And not just only make friends, but some of these people have become family. And it's awesome. It's honestly been a dream come true and a lot more.
These kids are used to growing up in this diverse culture. These kids look at each other, and most of them were the same kids they were in elementary school. So when you grow up in Garden City, you're used to having different folks around and folks that don't necessarily look like you.
At lunch one time, there was this kid, and he was sitting by himself, you know. So in this school, you know, you see someone sitting by yourself, you're gonna ask him to come sit by you. You know, we asked him to come sit by us, and we're just talking to him. He's from Uganda, and you know, he didn't really speak English that well. He's playing on his iPad, and he was just like so wowed by like, look at all this technology, and we're like, we have it all the time. It's so easy for us. He's seeing this, and it's like amazing. You know, he's like happy to be in school. So that kind of just opens up my eyes. You know, like dang, like, you know, like we take all this stuff for granted. You know, like it makes me want to work harder and like appreciate everything a little bit more.
For me, I know it might apply to a lot of kids that have parents that immigrated here. Like when they first got here, they were really like shunned a lot. I feel for outcasts or for people that are different, because I don't know, it's just
because your parents, like, they went through it, and like your parents are your family, they're your home, and why would you want to make someone feel like unwelcomed?
Even if your parents aren't like immigrants or anything, those stories are shared with you, and like you carry that moral around, and it's just, yeah, it changes you.
And I think that'll prepare us for the future. You know, we're not going to go out into the world and...
Grace Schmidt. A German name. And I wonder, I know America was built on immigration, everybody knows that. But it's funny how people with the last name, I'm not saying Grace is going to say that, I'm sure she's not. But someone with a last name like Schmidt has clearly come from Germany or that region. And I'm sure when they got there were people saying, all these bloody Germans coming over here, taking our land. Funny, isn't it? Just wait a few generations. That's it. Immigration is a thing. Everybody gets so head up about it.
Judge people based on their race because we've sat next to pretty much every race there is in English class or in math class.
That's a music teacher vibe right there. Why did I just throw a chair at your head? On my fucking time!
I grew up on Center Street. It's a really quiet neighborhood. You see kids out, you'll see people out walking, their dogs. You really felt like you knew everyone. I mean, partially because I was related to half of the town, but what?
That wasn't immigration though, was it? I think that would be... Also, are you meant to make every policy based on the worst thing that happened? I don't know if that's right. I don't know if it's healthy to say, well, what about the Native Americans? We should stop all immigration because look what happened to them. It's a silly point, isn't it? I mean, are you comparing people that live in America now with the Native Americans? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, are we gonna, is that what we're gonna do?
Get easy.
You a scav, bro? Okay, cool.
Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо.
I just think if we're just gonna say, any time we talk about America, we should talk about how it's, you know, the Native Americans. I just think, all right, well then we're never ever gonna move forward and change things. I think if you always look back, you can learn from history. Absolutely. You should be careful what you take pride in your country's history. Absolutely. But if every time someone mentions immigration in America, you're like, whoa, what happened to the Native Americans? It's like, all right. You're right, we shouldn't have any immigration. It was terrible for the Native Americans, so we should never have any immigration ever again. Silly, isn't it? Doesn't work, does it? Oh, I think this was just a scav expressing disgust at his fallen comrade. That's not really a talking point. You don't think people in America talk about what happened to the Native Americans? I see that reference to Feral bit. All this stuff about what it's okay to celebrate and everything. A lot of controversy about Columbus, for example. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's pretty widely spoken about. Sorry, jeez. God, he scared the shit out of me. That was a PMC. Damn. God damn, dude's just hiding in there? Terrifying. So Drago, I guess the problem is, without any kind of immigration controls, and if everyone can just live what they want, if you have a country that's successful and the standard of life there is high, everybody moves there, and now the standard of living is terrible. Like, I don't think it's possible to have a borderless world. I think that's some utopian Star Trek bullshit that would only come about if everywhere was equal. But it's not. So if you take that idea and boil it down to a street or a village One guy in the village has a really warm house, it's really nice, and then everybody says, well, there's no such thing as ownership or property or boundaries, so we all live in this house now. And everybody just walks in. Now that house fucking sucks. And what happened to all the other houses? And you could have helped those houses get better. Now instead, everybody lives in one house and it's shitty, and then everybody goes back to living in it and now everything is shitty. I don't think that works at all. I don't think the answer is to do away with borders. But equally, I've read a lot of stuff about how people see immigration as a net positive for poorer countries, right? Because we're like, we're going to let 1 million people in from the developing world every year, and that'll help them out. But you're taking the very best people that you can from those countries, and now those countries have lost some of their best people who have decided, actually, I want to go live somewhere that's not shitty, so I'm going to do that. And now that country's lost that expertise, that drive. That person might have been a great politician or started a business or something like that, but instead they didn't. They left. And now that country is poorer for it. Brain drain, right? It's a real thing. So every time we just decide we're just going to hoover up people from poorer countries, I don't think it makes things better for those poorer countries. It makes them better for the richer countries.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Uncultured Butter just resubbed for 20 months.
TY. So if you don't have borders, you have a problem where the good countries become shit countries because everybody tries to live there, and that clearly doesn't work. I mean, you can't just all move to the good country because then there is no such thing as a good country. Instead, you just have massive overcrowding in the country that's successful, and now it's no longer a good place to live. So everybody that's already living there is fucked. It's ridiculous. Like, it's a real fucking Yoko Ono approach to things. There should just be no borders. So it's easy for you to say. You're fucking rich. God, this is so tedious. Fuck it. Gah.
Like, the Mesa clan is really, really large. So my family is kind of a Garden City story in itself. You know, my grandpa moved from Oklahoma, you know, this red-faced, red-haired cowboy, and he married my grandma, whose dad was an immigrant from Mexico. And my mom married an African-American. We were known for having one of the largest free pools, and originally it was a whites-only pool.
During the day, when my parents lived here, they weren't allowed to go swimming in the world's largest free municipal swimming pool. So at night is when they had to jump over the fences.
Same thing at the movie theater, they had issues with that. A couple of my great aunts, very different complexions, had to sit separately.
I was a little kid. As we paid for our tickets and walked in, the gentleman at the door wanted to separate my sister and I and directed her upstairs where the African Americans and the Hispanics sat. And I was to go downstairs and sit with the Anglo population. And I refused to be separated from my sister, so I called my dad.
My great-grandpa was a big advocate for civil rights there. I know he fought to make sure that everybody was treated fairly and that anybody could go to the movie theater and to the pool.
Peep! Whites only!
Three men are due in court on Monday after federal investigators say they broke up a right-wing militia plot. The plan was to blow up a mosque and apartment complex in Garden City, Kansas.
I thought, what in the world somebody want to blow up that apartment complex for?
Because they're nuts.
This small militia group referred to itself as the Crusaders. They're anti-government, they're anti-immigrant, and they're anti-Muslim. They met up to once a week to brainstorm ways to attack those groups in their community.
And one of the hardest moments, too, is reading that affidavit and seeing the hatred these folks had towards the human beings, the shooting of a 1-year-old or an infant child that they were talking about.
I start crying that time when I see the news. First time I was trying to hold myself up, but I couldn't stop it. I just getting very emotional.
They plotted to surround this apartment complex with 4 cars packed with explosives and then detonate.
It wasn't just attacking them, it was attacking Garden City in so many ways.
Community really stepped up and really wanted to do something to show support for that apartment complex and the people who lived in it. Candlelight walks and vigils and services. You know, there probably wasn't a pulpit in Garden City that didn't have some message about coming together as a community.
We've come too far to allow any kind of a setback or any kind of regression. This community is a very diverse community and is stronger for it.
When I saw the people was coming to show us that they really love us, they really want us to be here, and they will try to be with us, it was very exciting. I feel a little emotion too, because of these people loves me, and I want to show them that I love them too.
The sign said things like, we support our Muslim friends and we love our Somali neighbors. But as I drove by and I saw that, I'll tell you what, I have never been more proud than that moment to be somebody who's from Garden City, Kansas.
So what makes Garden City work is we work together. I or my officers cannot police this community by itself, but working together, playing together, and grasp the diversity that individuals bring to the community as a positive rather than a negative makes us whole as a community. There's really no room for divide on where you came from, the color of your skin, sexual orientation. There's no room for hatred.
Put on an APB. I would be putting out APBs. I said this was going to be a talk about economics, people.
In Miss Hill's drama class, we've started discussing lately how sometimes you do see discrimination, racism, prejudice.
That maybe can sort of get to the heart
That
of
says
what
drama
Garden City
teacher.
is
Drama teacher.
and how you experience life in Garden City.
I think Garden City's still trying to get used to the fact that we're like super diverse and that we're just trying to like mesh together in this like tiny city.
My parents, they came here for a better place, for a better future, but they still get like demoted because they don't speak English.
I feel like Garden City is diverse, but we're more like a salad bowl than a smoothie because I mean, I'm sorry, I'm kind of hungry. But okay, we all like are together in this bowl, but we don't blend together to where like we accept each other fully, but we just know that we're here.
We're proud of what's ours, but I feel like we should also be proud of the ones around us because they are the ones that pull us all in together and make us unique.
Small town, everybody knows everybody. Being diverse and everybody knows everybody, and being diverse in it, that just makes it a whole lot better because you get to learn about different parts of the world, right? Possibly even in your own living room.
We also tell real stories about our own lives. Like Fernando, he finally agreed to tell us his own personal story.
What can I say? I grew up with no parents, so I kind of grew up in the streets, just with my grandma.
Regarding the first Treaty of Versailles, there is a lot of information out there about it. You should read about it. The generally the sort of layman's take on the Treaty of Versailles is, it helped cause World War II, and it was a really, really bad idea. But that's not agreed. There's no consensus on that. A lot of people think that for what they did, it was a pretty decent shot at stopping the Germans doing that shit again. That it really wasn't that bad compared to what it could have been, given what World War I cost. 9 million men died in World War I. It was a fucking disaster for Europe. Absolute fucking disaster. Destroyed a generation. So have a look at some of the things out there suggesting that, in fact, the Treaty of Versailles was nowhere near as bad as has been stuck in the public conscious, I should say, about the Treaty of Versailles and saying, that was what caused World War II. It was definitely used as propaganda, but a lot of things were used as propaganda by Hitler. Does that mean we shouldn't have had them? Because that way Hitler couldn't have used it? I'm pretty sure someone like Hitler could have fucking used anything. But, have a read up. I'm not saying I know either way, I'm just saying the idea that that's the truth is disputed. I mean, I would say, first of all, he didn't use the Treaty of Versailles as a justification for invading Czechoslovakia or Poland. He used other things to go after them. So,
I mean, it's just hard remembering all the stuff that I went through. Every day was dangerous when I was going to school because there were always shootings and everything happened. Dang it. It's just hard for me.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Empire Metal just
One
resubbed
day
for
when I was going to
16
school,
months.
My friend got shot and he was next to me. And just keep remembering that day.
Damn, that lad is serious looking. His name is Manly. This is getting a little dark now. Need another review. Drill. I mean, the thing is, there'll be a lot of drill reviews. You've got to think of a banal, everyday item that people use, like a stapler, like a lamp, like I did a sellotape review. We got a review from a guy talking about what he called gaff tape, which I've never heard it called gaff tape. Doormat review? Ooh. More than a doormat. An engineer's review of Mats Inc. Bristle World's Best Outdoor Mats. Alright. Fuck the intro.
Here is the mat. Let's just set it down for a moment on the ground. So let's take a quick look at this mat and how it's made, and it's pretty heavy, so it should stay in place pretty well. There's no rubber on the back particularly, but there are these rubber bumpers that are elevated from the rest of the slats, so those should keep it in place and stop it from moving. So that might act as like rubber feet, and they're here, you can see they stick out. So those will touch the ground first, and those are what gonna keep it from sliding around, because these are rubber and soft. This is not aluminum. This front piece, it is
aluminium. It's not aluminum, it's aluminium. That's what this fellow wants to say.
Definitely PVC, and it's even marked on the box. Yeah, here it is. BSM 18 by 31 black bristle mat, black PVC. But this is not the aluminum version. This is a PVC version, and I think the black PVC indicates that it's the front and the back pieces are black PVC instead of aluminum, because I think these intermediate pieces or slats are always PVC, because that's where the bristles go into, so that's how they manufacture that. It'd be more difficult to make those out of aluminum and shove bristles in there. So I'm not really concerned about that, because in the that these pieces are PVC instead of aluminum.
So I'm fascinated by these businesses that exist and they make one thing. Mats Inc. makes mats. They make mats. That's just what they do. So there's some factory somewhere with all the machinery, and this machinery, when we found, like the sock knitting machine we found the other day, 6,000 euros, bam, you got yourself a sock knitting machine. Then you'd need the finishing machine that stitches the top layer of the sock, the bit that you pull out, the bit that you hold onto to pull it on, stitches that up, and then it shoots that sock down there, and onto the little cart full of socks. You could buy those machines. You could go out. You could order that machine and buy it. This guy's like, we need to make mats. We're gonna make doormats. I think I think this would be a good idea. I've got some good ideas for mats. I've got an engineering background, so I'm going to design the mat. I'm going to get the pieces made. Now we need to figure out what machines we need to make this. So you do some research and you'd be like, all right, we need this kind of machine to make this part. Then we'll need this machine to punch the bristles through. Then we'll need this other machine. You get your raw materials in. Bam! You're making mats. You're making mats, baby. Now you're figuring out, how can we sell these mats? That underage player, you ain't knitting no fucking sock. Alright? You ain't knitting no fucking sock for $75. Let me show you. What was that sock? I'll look in my internet history. What was it called? This was yesterday morning. A step turn machine. Look at these things. Look at these things. These are serious pieces of machinery.
Aerosumbros just resubbed for 85 months.
Thank you.
Ah, yes. Morning rat with my coffee. Fantastic. Also 85 munters. Jesus, that number keeps getting more obscene.
It does, doesn't it? It's a lot more than a fucking sewing machine. A lot more than a sewing machine. You put the wool in and it just goes... Every 4 minutes it produces a sock. Then it puts it in a thing, you take it off the thing, put it in another thing, and it finishes it off. Baby, you got yourself a sock factory. These shelves are low-key the most obscene shelves in the game. You can get anything on those shelves. Oh, the way he runs. Lampard's been sacked. Cool. Please don't let Bournemouth hire him.
Nice jump, Alistair.
Tartoon the World player just resubbed for 1 month.
Thank you.
Ну что, нормально? Ёпра, блин, все отбили на. Пожрать бы, конечно, вообще не помешало бы это. Что за хрень? Ну что, неплохой день, да? Вот как. Ну и что это за хуйня?
I'm gonna get the door. Where was the firefight? Was it close? It was behind me? Oh, I think it was quite a way off. Oh, I always forget where this other one is.
Понял. Ну и чё тут за хуйня?
Да, пожрать бы, конечно, не помешало.
Да нихуя тут нет никого!
What have you seen, bud? Who's going in for 1734 and not 20,000? You gotta go in all in. There's none of this fannying about, lads. It doesn't work at all. It is, yeah, it is almost like you cannot win. Anyway, talking of cannot win, the in-houses are tonight. Tonight at 8. Not tomorrow, because I'm away. Tonight. In-houses are tonight. I will see you at 8 for that shit show. Until then, take it easy and peace out.